live on YouTube. Good, okay. I think I'm gonna start off with a skull. I'm gonna start with a skull this morning. Oh, there it is. Microphone is working now. I must have hit the power button. Interesting. I'm gonna try and practice the skull kind of more often so I can kind of have that be something I know pretty well. I can mostly draw it from memory, but you know, you always find something new too that you didn't realize before when you go over the old stuff. You kind of find new little things to remember and keep in mind, so I think it's a good warm-up. It's a good warm-up, the skull. A lot of weird shapes in there. Things of that nature. Drew the eyes a little too far apart. Keep doing that. I guess maybe on some people they are further apart. I don't know. Seems like they gotta be a little closer together here. this kind of thing right here. It looks like it's almost like this bone area right here. It kind of goes back in. Kind of like goes back in here. Unfortunately, there's still construction going on, and they doing a little bit of hammering, so I still gotta wait that out. Hopefully they're done soon with all that nonsense. But I get it. I gotta build a house, I guess. I think I keep making the face too big. It always ends up being like too big, I think. ends up being like way too small. Only uses physical media. Now playing Skulls by the now playing Skulls by the Misfits. Yeah. Future Oil says what the? Yeah. She's doing a little bit of a warm-up sesh. She's doing a little bit of a warm-up sesh today. Well, right now, and then move on. But I think those skulls look very good. A good little warm-up. Keeping the proportions and everything. What the? I feel like this one turned out kind of weird looking. I presented the Pumpkin Baby at work. How did it go? They loved it? Nice. I mean, you really worked on that thing. You really worked on it for many iterations later. But you did it. You did it. Man, that was a challenging one. I did a PowerPoint showing from beginning to end. Like you did a time lapse, or to show them like how many times. Just like progress pictures? I see, yeah. Nice. Way to drag out a meeting at work. But I'm glad they liked it. I'm glad it went well. Sounds like you're gonna have new fans. Maybe your painting career will take off. All the iterations, well, people ask how they can send pictures for me to paint. Oof, you're gonna have to hit them with the price. You're gonna have to hit them with the price. You know, you're gonna have to hit them with something. You can't just. I would just say start off light. Start off light and do like $50 or something like that. Be like, hey, listen, this stuff isn't free. I'm gonna have to start drinking coffee again. I understand. Coffee's good. Coffee's delish. Smooth jazz to some skull. I don't know, something about jazz and skulls, like it kind of goes well together, don't you think? Yeah, something about coffee, cigarettes, skulls, and jazz. It just all kind of comes together in a neat package. Well, I'm super glad because I know you worked on it for like a long time, and it did look good. I never thought the baby looked creepy at all, but I'm not a baby hater, you know. I think some people are just baby haters. This skull is gonna look a little weird. Maybe I should just draw it from. I think I'm trying to copy the skull I'm looking at too much. And I need to just start off with like just... Sometimes when I do like drawing from a real thing, I kind of look at it too much. And I forget I need to just kind of like focus on proportions first, kind of thing. Proportions first. But oil paintings take years to be well-oiled. Oil paintings take years to be a well-oiled machine. You mean oil painters take years, or oil painters? I believe it. I believe it. Gotcha. Yeah. I think that's probably true. It takes years to be good at anything, you know? Didn't do much painting last night. I was just commenting I'd like to get faster. I was just commenting I'd like to... gotcha. Yeah. No, I have the same thing, yeah. Same struggle. Like I said, one day I'll give painting a try, maybe. But I'm not super, like, you know, one day maybe kind of thing. Dang, what a chill, jazzy mood. You're in love this? Wait, you're in love? I love this? You're in, I love this. It's a bit loud as you though. Is that better ratio right there? Is that a better ratio right there? We want the optimal experience, you know? You know, something I've noticed always surprised me when I present a painting, everyone is like looking in some kind of awe with a smile. Well, that's better than angry face, you know, that's better than like signs of anger. You know what I mean? What made you pick this music? I don't know, I was just looking for something new. You know, I figured I'll do the first hour and a half of smooth jazz as I practice skulls, and then that's what I've been doing for the last couple of days, you know. So, just want to kind of have the first hour and a half, just get, you know, just do some smooth jazz, ease into the work, and then kind of move on from there, see what's good. That nose seems like it's too short. Hold on. If this is the base of the nose, then this, I guess it'll get like, go down to here, kind of. I'm trying to see what it would look like if I turned it into a face. The music, the drawing. Thank you. But actually, maybe it speaks to that not everyone does art. In my mind, I think everyone does art. They definitely do not. Not everyone, right? They definitely do not. I think. I think I'm doing it right. I think I'm doing it right here. Turn it into a face. My face transformation. I don't think this is the ugliest person ever, you know, if you can kind of squint your eyes. Jen, welcome to the stream. How was your date? How did your date go? I just wanted to kind of like try and transform it into a kind of see like what the facial structure would look like if I just kind of, I guess this is a little too prevalent right here. I think right here I would just do kind of like shadowing, kind of like you wouldn't see a line, you would see something like this. Although this guy looks like he's a little bit on the, like he needs to maybe eat a sandwich, kind of like he's got like very sunken in kind of features, but it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, definitely needs a sandwich or two, but. Move on. I thought that one turned out pretty good. For like beginning practice kind of thing. No, my date with Keanu Reeves. What did I miss? No date, lol. Where'd you guys eat? Was he handsome or with good personality? Oh, Javote. Futurell said he's a 10. I'm gonna draw it from like this position. This is an unusual position to draw the skull from. I got excited for you. No, Japochi had messaged you if I did. Gotta go to the tea room on Discord for all the debts, Jen, so you can hear me eating popcorn. Oh yeah, Japochi, is that tonight that you is that tonight that you said that we're gonna watch that movie, or is that tomorrow for the boat Temple of Bones, our hate watch party? Man, this is a difficult angle to draw the skull from, I'm not gonna lie. That was tomorrow? Nice. It looks like this guy kind of has a bump on the back of his head a little bit. Not really, though. I have a bigger bump on the back of my head than this thing does. Mine is, like, prevalent. I heard it said that if you have that you have more Neanderthal DNA. If you have the bump on the back of your head. 28 Years, Part 2, The Bone Temple. Right. What are we watching? Yeah. Cool. We acquired a copy, but it's got some small scratches on the screen, but it works. Nice. I saw an evolution show way back when the History Channel showed actual science history. And what did they say? According to that, our species were at one point meat eaters, like raw meat. So the jawbone muscle was prevalent. So if you see someone with a strong chin, then likely their great grandmother ate too much raw meat. You can eat. Okay, this is kind of a controversial take here, and I want to be careful with how I say it because I don't want to be clipped and oblivioned. But as far as from what I gather, you can eat raw meat. Like if it doesn't have parasites and it's not diseased, like you can take raw ground beef, and if it doesn't have those two things, you'll digest it just fine. We cook it not because you can't eat uncooked meat. Our acidity of our stomach is higher than a wolf, or I think there's only like one animal that comes close to the acidity of the human stomach. And if you look at the construction of it, it's a tube, like all the other carnivores. You can eat. We didn't change into a different species. You can still do that. We cook it because it's unsafe to not cook it. Also, raw meat is not tough, I think, the way people imagine. So they probably their jaws. You don't need a super jaw to eat raw meat. So I just want to point that out. While we're on the topic. I'll get my popcorn then, lol. I'll get some beer too. Nice. Yeah, I was talking about when our species ate other animals, but they weren't there. Who knows what happened? But we weren't there. Who knows what happened? Oh, well, they definitely ate meat. If you look at almost exclusively, the way we know that is because of if you look at I've gone into this, although I don't talk about it too much anymore because I'm sure it's like controversial by today's standards. But if you look at the DNA of Europeans, when they find the way they date societies is what they'll do is you can tell what age something came from based on its size. So back when Europeans became a lot smaller when they went to agriculture, like the brain became 11% smaller because of agriculture. So if you look at like Mongolians and Native Americans, like Mongolians were 6'6" on average, 6'6" on average, and all they did was eat horse meat and drink their blood. That was their only diet. So I'm sure before then, humans, like, you know, agriculture came later. They for sure ate almost exclusively meat, and they were much larger. Like even like Mongolians and like Native Americans were significantly larger. I think Native Americans, when Europeans came here, were the tallest average humans on Earth at that time on average height. They're not now, but that's because they don't eat exclusively meat anymore. Like if it were in apocalyptic settings, but I don't want to risk getting sick and being unalive from nasty bacteria with sensitive stomach. Yeah, well then, but then you have to cook it, yeah. Interesting? I think it is. I think it is interesting. I always have the tendency to make the skull like not big enough versus the the face should start like the halfway point kind of. Well, maybe a little bit further than the halfway point. But I made a mistake there. That goes way too far. This would be like crazy jaw. This would be like crazy jaw man over here. If you were a beginner in Minecraft, you would eat meat, fish, Lil, so the Asian people probably ate some more meat than veggies unless it's harvest season. Well, again, agriculture, I don't exactly remember exactly when agriculture came, but for the longest time, they just didn't do that. If you were Native American, they would harvest some berries or something, and they didn't have. Sorry, using my whole brain here to try and remember my just imagine in the year 5000 people are gonna eat small cube now just enough to supplement a person for the whole day, and people would be like people used to eat burgers. I hope not. I hope that doesn't go in that direction. I don't get what I wrote. I'm sorry in advance. I'm kind of sleepy. Yeah, I hope we don't go into eating like little blocks of Nutri packs or something like that. Rafi Rock, CO fantastic. Thank you, Rafi Rock. I appreciate that. According to Star Trek, we will walk into a machine and ask it for anything we want to eat, and like magic, puff, there it is. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Foros. Don't see you online. Too busy at work. Didn't see you online. Too busy at work. Thank you, Coolio, for stopping by. Let me go get myself a drink. I'm gonna go pour myself some water, and I'm gonna run it through the coffee machine again, and I'll be right back. Just need a little break. I'll be right back. While that's getting ready, just gonna go back to drawing here. I think, yeah, like I think when I do my anatomy, I'm just gonna like do a page of skulls and then move on to other stuff. But I think it's important to like kind of focus in on that. Man, that skull got jaws for days. Yeah, this one, yeah, this is a little bit too much. The jaw should start like here, kind of. About the halfway point. And this one is 2. See, I keep making that mistake. I don't know why, but I have a tendency to draw like it should be. This is not even the halfway point. It's like here, or whatever. Like, I don't know, right? Like about here. It looks like it's a little bit further than the halfway point, right? Like it's maybe like I don't know, like I don't know. For some reason, I remember being taught that the skull is like when I would draw little skulls as a kid, it would be like, I remember being told it's like, you have like this, you have like this, and like I would kind of like practice doing this, right? And kind of like a little bit beyond the halfway point is kind of like where this mess starts. You know. The eye is this is the one thing I did get used to. The eye is like deceptively lower. I always wanted to, like when I was younger, I always like had this like, I would draw like the skull, let's say like as a kid, right? And I would be like, it feels like it should be like here. Like, but it's actually like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like it should be like here kind of, but it's actually like, you know, like way lower than like what you instinctually feel like it should be. See, this is like proportionally better. I don't know why when I draw big skulls I always like make that mistake. You know, I guess there's you could say like perspective here, but I guess that's pretty close, but I don't know. I still feel like I need to like stretch the skull out more. I just have a tendency to like go too far. All of them have jaws for days. Cool skull. Thank you, Future Oil. A skull. Yep. Yeah, I'm just doing a little skull practice before I begin the anatomy stuff. Where'd you get that affiliate link? Only please. Oh yeah, I need to look into that. I need to look into the affiliate link thing. That's a good idea. That's actually something that I could accomplish probably. And then, because I do order like most of my stuff off of Amazon, to be honest, so. So let's do more halfway point, and I'll just kind of try to draw like the base first, right, to help myself out here. Which is the way you're supposed to draw, is like set it up so it doesn't. Okay, that's, I think, even though maybe I could have done it a little bit more ovally, but anyway, that's closer to correct in terms of like the, yeah, I don't know. I tend to have this issue where like I'll draw the skull, but I'll do just the face ends up being way too big. I mean, sometimes you do get those kind of heads, you know what I mean? But I'm just sort of traditionally speaking, it's like, Ducky says hello. Hello, Ducky. Where did you get that? I feel it. Oh, the skull itself. Did you mean the skull? But yeah, I need to do. It's on Amazon. It's like $10 on Amazon. This is actually like one of the better models too. It's got like a little spring in here. You can detach it too, if you wanted to detach it. It just kind of hangs in there with that, and then you can also look inside. If you are one of these curious Pete's that needs to know exactly what's going on, well, there you go. That's your answer. Cool skull. Very cool. Oh, sorry. My bad. Off-screening, my bad. Now that I look at it over there, this skull looks really messed up. Should be like a lot more... It's like really not enough head there. I don't know. Let's see. This one kind of fell apart a little bit. Eventually we'll get there. You can put candles too. Oh, candies. You can put candies in the affiliate link. Like, I think so. Yeah. You're supposed to say it's a skull for a gnome that you hunted down. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if it's a different thing entirely, then you can just say that it's something else for sure. I'm trying to avoid just saying that, well, it's just like that. I want to be able to draw this stuff, and then, I think it reflects in the work too. When someone kind of builds off of what they know and they make a creature, let's say, that's creative, but it's sort of, the core of it is understandable and based on real things, it's kind of like, it definitely feels more real. They got snout and long jaws. Some animals' skellies are interesting too. Yeah. Yeah, I was drawing long skulls the other day. Yeah. I like to do that. Put candies in the skull? Oh, put candies in a skull. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, you can buy one of these and store candy in there. That's for sure. I'm officially getting into digital, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but playing Osu for an hour has been extremely beneficial. Playing Osu? I've never heard. Is that like some software? Is that some kind of like software? What the? Bam, this skull looks dope. Look at that. I got the head right and everything. It doesn't look like, usually usually my head is like this or something. You know what I mean? And it's like, what is going on? Like, what the? We'll just say it was shadow. I'll fix it that way. I'll fix it. Yeah, I guess if you have good posture, your rib cage is like pointed forward, which is weird. But yeah, it's like it's like a rectangle that's tilted forward. Osu is the name of a rhyme game. It uses keyboard and tablet. Never heard of it. Well, I'm glad it's helping you. I'm glad it's helping you. You know. All right, so I'm gonna go grab my warm water. I'm off coffee. I'm only drinking water, and I'm gonna grab that, and we'll just do Brigman again. We'll just kind of roll the dice and see where we want to go. I feel like I should probably just focus on the back, like the upper torso still. Like, I feel like there's a lot of questions there, but let me go grab my water. That is hot. That is some hot water. Will the transition from digital take me quite a bit of time to get used to? Are you saying you're from digital or to digital? Because you said you're getting into digital. I'm confused. Into digital? I have no idea. I don't do digital. Probably though. Well, not like a long time, but like if your fundamentals are there, that's not going to go away. But the issue is going to be just getting a look, like getting your style. There's going to be a transitionary period, but I don't know, you know. It's definitely its own world, but don't let that stop you. I'm just saying that. My line control is unstable on digital, but my line control in traditional is quite clean. Huge. It's just, I'm just sure it will take time to get used to. You know, I have always found it hard to draw straight lines in digital too. So it's kind of, it's not, even if you have like very low latency and all that good stuff, and you have a good computer and it doesn't lag when you draw, it's still very like, it doesn't feel the same as paper for sure, to me anyway. Since I don't do digital really, I can't give you too many recommendations because it's outside of my scope of interests. Hello chat, Tuko says hello chat. Hey Tuko, how's it going? It feels less sensational. Yeah, I didn't fall in love with it. So basically, the reason I'm doing digital is I hate pencils with a passion, and there is no eraser with pens unless you're using whiteout. That makes it look worse. So my only avenue digital. Understandable. To each their own. You know, when it comes to that kind of thing, you know, you gotta find something that works for you. What book are you using for studying with? George B. Brigman, Constructive Anatomy. This is the book I've been working on for a while. I order some more stuff, and we'll do other stuff. But right now, this is the only thing I have that's like near me and available. I got the digital version of that. Definitely a book of its time. Yeah, it's still. I think I agree. I think a lot of it is hard to interpret as to what you're supposed to get out of it, but I still say that it's good because I don't know. It's ever since I started just doing very consistent practice. I feel like my stuff has transcended to a different level. Even though I'm not meticulously sitting here and drawing the same thing over and over again, which is probably the best way to do it until you can like replicate it and call it back from memory exactly. Even though I'm not doing that, I still feel like my stuff has gotten, ever since I made it this part of the regular stream, it's almost like the positives have shown themselves. But yeah, I agree. I think there's books that like break things down a lot more clearly into this like very constructed, this very like almost, I don't know, it's like they show things in a very clear way, which I like. It's like understandable. Here you have to sit here and like think about it, and but I don't know, that's my take on it. I still think it's good to draw from it and stuff, and we'll continue to do so until the new books arrive, and we'll see, compare and contrast which ones have been more use. I'm sure they're all gonna add something. Have you heard of Roberto Osti? No, I haven't heard that name before. What? Yeah. He has 3 good anatomy books. He's old school style. You said Roberto Asti? Let me copy that into the Google machine. I'll punch that into the Google machine and see what comes up. I am curious, of course. I'll have to keep the tab open. I'll have to check it. I'll have to like look up his stuff. Yeah, I wish I could draw like Brigman with his loose style and all that, but not there yet. You know, I wish I knew kind of like my stuff so well that I could draw like that, but we're not there yet. Drawing the human body is an actual workbook you draw in. Drawing the human body is an actual workbook you draw in. And I'd probably use a different piece of paper just because I wouldn't want to like fill it up and then. But I get what you're saying. With your pencil control, it won't take you long to get to level you want. Well, I appreciate that. I also hope for that, but I think my weakest part is my memory. Like, that's where, it's not the hand control, it's like my ability to remember things is where things fall apart. That's some good water. That is some tasty water. See, even this was helpful because I always had like this issue when I would draw people. When I would draw people, I would kind of have like this. So the rib cage faces forward, like it's a rectangle that faces like forward, kind of thing, right? And then your pelvis is also kind of like this thing that why am I forgetting this? It's like this kind of, like I'm over exaggerating, but it's like this, and then I'd be like, I don't know, it just wouldn't work out. Like I would try to like build a character off of that, and it looked weird and wrong. But it looks like this tissue here comes out like it comes out like almost in front of the pelvis kind of thing. Like almost, well, like same with the pelvis. And that kind of makes sense. Like that, see how that like, and then you have your pec here. You have your shoulder here, and all of a sudden, like it's now looks like a straight standing person. Right. Even though these are like slanted this way and that one's slanted, like it doesn't feel natural. Like it feels wrong to do it that way. But like once like I saw that, I'm like, oh, that kind of balances it out. It kind of makes sense. Future Will says, what the? Tony Hawk is still skateboarding? Good for him. Good for him. That's awesome. You know, you see that? Some good stuff right there. What other books did you get? I don't. We'll have to see when they come in. I forgot like their names. I don't have. Well, I could look it up on Amazon, but then I'd have to like look it up and just don't want to. But there's like one of them was figure drawing or something. It's like something like that, and the other one was another anatomy book. Yeah. Yeah, Tony Hawk, he was, yeah, like, that guy, crazy, right? Definitely took skateboarding to the next level, or whatever. I'm glad for him. He, like, seems like he's winning at life, seems like he's enjoying life, you know? I'm happy for the guy. I was never really into skateboarding, but... Figure drawing is all it's worth by Andre Lumens. Figure drawing for all it's worth. I don't remember. He'll be here, or not he. Oh my god, not him. But the books will be here soon. I honestly don't remember. I just picked out 2 books that looked like they were highly rated and like had a lot of sales and within my scope of interest, and just kind of bought them. They were like $12, $14 books or so, you know. It's like paperback kind of thing, kind of like this one, but so. Slipknot says, wow, the stream has been on for a while. Oh, we're about an hour and 30 minutes in. Let me change it. I think, yeah, we're an hour and 30 minutes in. We'll go to different music. I'm gonna try and copy this one right here. How's it going, Slipknot fan, by the way? Hang on. Slippy, hang on. That's from the old song 1950. That's an old song, 1959? 1950s? Never heard of that one? See, even like this, I never draw my bodies like this. I never like draw them kind of like twisted and cool like that. And I need to do it. It needs to be done. Now, let me grab another piece of this. Is pretty well filled up. Grab another piece of paper. Continue the struggle. Future Will says, "Be right back." All right, buddy. Just to recap what we did over here, we did some skulls as a warm-up sesh. Let's just do a quick monster face. Sorry, and brush. This one's looking a little bit better. Just doing a quick detour from the anatomy just to make sure. Keep my Okay, that one looks a little bit better. I like this one, the aggression. This is what I was talking about. Like sometimes this is fine, but a little goofy. I like this. I like this right here. I was like kind of losing my touch with the aggressive animal kind of look. Some kind of a Hellbat looking thing. Okay, I just wanted to, because I spent that whole day drawing them, and I'm like, I think I need to start revisiting that kind of thing, because it was like, felt like I lost my edge a little bit on, because I didn't draw like aggressive animalistic faces for so long that I kind of like lost a little bit of something. So just want to make sure I like touch on it. Just a quick detour. Okay, back to anatomy. Okay. Anti-fascist, hey, how's it going, anti-fascist? Hope your day is going good. I should have grabbed a different piece of paper. This one is like already mangled from being on the floor or whatever. Everything is good, and you? Doing great. Just doing my daily, just kind of grinding the anatomy. I feel like that's been really helping. I'm working off George B. Brigman's book, just kind of looking at stuff and trying to replicate it and trying to like think about it and understand. So kind of that's kind of what we're going for, is like just talking to people about it and trying to improve here. But yeah. My sleep could have been a little bit better, I'm not gonna lie. The sleep could have been better, but other than that, I feel fine. Okay, that turned out weird. It's like that's the exercise I also have to do. Stands on my list to do. Nice. Yeah. I just noticed there was such an improvement when I actually began trying to, like, I don't have like a super developed system for practicing other than sitting here and trying to memorize this stuff and copying. But ever since I started like sort of a more asserted effort towards learning, I feel like it's really like reflected, and so I'm gonna make it just a regular part of the stream, is like me struggling with anatomy. So but yeah, for me, it's like the memory is the issue. Is my biggest issue. Is like actually memorizing, being able to call back the information and like make it usable. That's where things get kind of tough. I have a sketchbook for anatomy, but it's not that filled. But I found many Pinterest references, which I will draw. That's good. Nice. Yeah. Whatever works. Whatever works. I like having a physical book because I can remember what's in it. Like if something's on a website somewhere, it like fades from my memory and I just forget about it. But if I have a book, then I remember like, oh, that thing's in that book and I can go grab it. So like that's why I like having books around, that kind of thing. So when studying from this book, are you just going, just doing page by page and filling after sketchbook paper? I kind of try to look at like what's fuzzy in my mind, you know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, this is definitely like a fuzzy area and I don't like remember clearly, and I try to hit that again. And you know, if I can have a 10% improvement, that usually, you know, shows up. You should take figure drawing class. You're probably right. It wouldn't hurt, but I won't. I got some books on order, and we'll practice it from there. That's why I draw it, and the other reason. That's why I draw. That's why I draw it, and the other reason. Right. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt for me to take a class, but I'm not gonna go take a class. So, like, I'm just gonna struggle by myself. I should have answered. Maybe you should go take a drawing from model. Is hella fun. It probably is. I prefer to have things like broken down to understandable parts. Like I'm not, it's like it wouldn't be. I don't know if it would be useful for me to like draw a naked human. I need more of a things to be broken down and like thoroughly remember the muscle structure and then build on that. That's why I use Pinterest, is that I don't want to spend all my pocket money for anatomy learning books if I also could spend it on drawing material. True. That's a good point. Saving money is important. I don't disagree. Definitely need to check out anatomy illustration. We gotta learn those muscles and bone structures. Yeah, I don't like really want to draw humans right now until I have I don't know, I feel like I need a pretty good base underlying understanding. That way, like when I draw an arm, when someone like draws an arm loose, right? Like they kind of do a loose drawing of an arm. I don't want to be like kind of doing that rendering, soft rendering where I kind of make it look like I know what I'm doing. I want it to be like, okay, I know exactly what's going on, you know, under there, so that I don't have to be like thinking about it, right? Like I want to be able to like know for realsies what's going on. You know, that kind of thing. So that's why I do it like the way I do it. I mean, yeah, I think my figures tend to be like too static and kind of not really exciting. Although most of the time I draw like I make up creatures, so I put them in like not very exciting like stances a lot of times because I want to show the anatomy of it, I guess, and stuff like that. So you know, I want to be able to, when I draw like a human without like the bones or the muscles, just the skin, I want to be able to know what's going on there. That one, I feel like that one turned out horribly. Robert Osetti, basic human anatomy breaks an enemy down the way you want. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think Brigman is too, like, it's, too loose, maybe. Like, I do need it to be, like, broken down into, like, these more of, more exact pieces that are, like, understandable, and then kind of eventually growing into, like, drawing it very, like, loosely and kind of in a cool fashion, right? But it's not smart to move on to that cool loose style too quickly if you don't know what's going on under there. Man, I do not like the way this one turned out. But something like that. But I do find all of these to be, like, useful. Like, honestly, any one of these that I've copied multiple times over and over again, I've been able to later, when I look at other stuff, understand things better. So I do think there's use even in this. And, like, I say even in this, like a negative, but I'm just saying, like, his stuff is, like, it's almost like you should be a black belt when you're looking at this or something already, you know what I mean? Because it's, like, it's hard to interpret when you don't know. You need it to be broken down in, like, this very scientific way before it gets, like, to these cool drawings. But through determination, I have been able to, I think, get better. See, this back shoulder area is like very confusing for me. This is like where things get super duper fuzzy. Is like the rear, that kind of like back of the shoulder kind of area. This is like just, I don't know what's going on. Every time, you know, this whole, especially under here, you get like all this going on. This is like, you know, kind of difficult to remember. On a level of 1 to 5 scale, those drawings are 5 level. I agree. It's just that I feel like they're hard to interpret from. I need like all the dots connected. Oh, you're talking about Robert Osti? I gotta get a new piece of paper. This is like warped into oblivion. There was a drop of water in it. "14 lurkers, what?" Says Future Royal. Nice, man. Thank you. Appreciate the lurkers. I'm guessing like this is the muscle that if we look at our little guy over here, this is what it's talking about. Like, these three muscles broken down. There's like, you got your one, and then it's talking about this one, and then it's talking about that one, and then this is this right here. And he's got like this curve represented that way. But yeah, we got 1, 2, 3. Very good. I mean, tell me this is not the most confusing mess of wires you've ever seen. Mises Craft, hey, for in chat, how's it going? Thank you, Mises Craft, for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's going really well. I'm just doing another anatomy day. I figured every third stream I should do some like forward momentum as far as like actually like learning stuff. So I used to love anatomy, but now you don't. I haven't done it in a while. Oh, I see. Like you just don't like it now? No, I do love anatomy. It's just I just wish I had a better brain to remember stuff with. That's my great downfall. Is like everything just leave as soon as like I stop, everything gets super fuzzy and I just forget what my name is, and like it's just not literally my name, but you know what I mean. It's just even stuff I like, which is drawing. I'm just like, oh, my great distraction is here. Come here. He's your good boy. He's your good boy. Oh no, you got drool. Hold on. Oh no. Stop. Don't move. Hold on. No, stop. Go. I didn't have my paper towels. Ready for the dog. He came over here after drinking water. I don't want him to shake his head around here because I don't want that grenade going off near my desk. It used to be easy for me before my hand injuries, but now it's annoying to get right. Yeah. Did you try colored muscle anatomy? Did I try colored muscle anatomy? No. I don't know. I know what you're talking. I've seen those like medical charts that have like the colored in, but sometimes they don't color them in enough. I'm partially colorblind, I'm pretty sure, so I hate when they do. I hate when things get identified with color, because I wish it was like, this is how you should do it for colorblind people. Like, I'll explain how to do it so everyone can see something. You have object 1, say it's white. Object 2. Object 3. Object 4. Right? So if you color coded that way, not literally color code, but you know what I mean, very understandable by anyone, you know, and then you go whatever kind of fits your boat. Yeah, see, like a colorblind person can't have an issue with this. This should be the new standard. Yeah, I hate colors. I hate colors because pattern coding. Yeah, pattern coding is the way it should be done, because then it's inclusive, or whatever. For the fantasy type monsters and characters you draw, you don't need to be 100% accurate. True. Just having a general knowledge of how it all works should be enough. That is true, but I still feel like I need to improve, and I do draw humans here and there, so you know, or humanoid kind of creatures. So. Thank you, Coolio. Thank you for clipping that. But yeah, I agree. You need to, like, creatures. When it comes to creatures, unless you're just doing insectoid, it helps to know, like, even a little bit, even a rudimentary understanding will help a lot with making them more realistic. I prefer to see fresh cadavers. I don't know what cadavers. But yeah, like I said, so even a little bit of anatomy will help a lot, but I think a lot of anatomy will help even more. because I see some of the artists that do like monstrous creatures and they lean heavily on anatomy and it just looks incredible, right? Versus like, I think you can get away with not knowing any anatomy if you're just doing insectoids, but those are like the easiest. Like if you look at a crab, it's so interpretive and you can make a crab-like creature without too much effort, One thing that helped me with anatomy was going to the gym. No, I get it. Yeah, having muscles and stuff. I decided to stop working out. I was afraid I would get too strong, so I just stopped going. Cadavers is dead bodies. Nice. Yeah. That I mean, that's how they figured it out initially, right? Each machine's had all the muscle groups on them. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They do have them on there. Humans are definitely one of the toughest to draw because we are programmed to recognize them. So if proportions are off even a little, looks funny. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there is that uncanny. You instantly get into uncanny valley territory. If things look goofy, it instantly looks comedic and stupid. I'm gonna do these guys here again. Yeah, drawing humans is definitely the scarier thing to do. See, I'm starting to remember the basic shape of this whole thing here. Like the very basic kind of construction. I'm starting to kind of get the hang of that. Like I can remember this little thing. I saw that this muscle goes like into the shoulder blade right here, off the back. And then we got what? Like a straight line and then these things. See, I drew these a lot in the last session, and I feel like I should be able to just recall this from memory. And I did a lot of it. Like this, the upper part I can remember, then the kit gets a little fuzzy down there. So it's, I've had 3 skull fractures. What the? Them all the same time or separate times? During my childhood, separate times? I think that kind of explains a lot, right? No, I'm just kidding. Humans are definitely one of the toughest. Okay, I looked up those Mitsubishi Uni pencils. They are a different name of Uni. What's the difference? There's different names of Uni. I have no idea. I just ordered B4 pack. I'll show you the box I got. This is what mine looks like right here. This is my box of Uni. And it's got this at the bottom. There's not too many identifiable markers, but it's B4. They're all B4s in this fancy box. So I just typed in Mitsubishi B4 or something like that. I didn't even type Mitsubishi. This is just something that came up. So yeah. if you're interested, I really need to do affiliate links. I'm perfectly normal. See, right. No, I get, yeah. My brother was similar as a kid. Always had concussions from jumping off stuff or running into things. One time I did run into like a bar, like a metal bar, like face first, like full clip, and I just never talked about it. Pretty sure it shaved off a few IQ points for sure. Laura Kokia says, good pencils. Thank you, Laura Kokia. Meow Laser says, I got high at uni. Nice. I had all that stuff burnt into me by hours of figure drawing classes in art school. NLG, though, definitely learned a lot. I definitely think just like raw repetition will do a lot, yeah. I got my Fiber Castell to try for a bit. Yeah, Fiber Castells are fine. There's no reason to like do the like. I think Fiber Castell and these Japanese pencils, they're about exactly the same, except the one thing I like about these is the wood is very soft. They're very easy to sharpen. It's not this, you don't have to sit there super carefully chiseling off the wood with an axe. I got a couple of scars on my head from doing stuff like that as a kid. The main one was from falling into roadworks. Nice, yeah. No, I saw a metal bar and I was gonna like duck under it as I came near it, and then I just didn't duck, and yeah, just face first into a metal bar. Taught me a lesson for sure. Never did that again. From then on, I knew I wanted to spend my life in front of a computer. Done that? Yeah. Fun times. Ouch. Right in the forehead? Yeah. Luckily I didn't knock my teeth out or anything like that. That's the one thing I am glad about. I mean, I got rid of a few teeth just by eating sugar, but nothing from just knocking them out, kind of a thing. Like I said, I'm not trying to be too fancy during these exercises. I'm just trying to remember what I saw in the book and just call back the information. That's kind of my only real focus here, is that. Come here, baby. Come here. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. anatomy books that break down stuff down the way you like is Rocky Kim, but his books are expensive. Yeah. Japanese watercolors are incredible top quality too. True. Yeah. I bet. Yeah, a lot of Japanese stuff is really good. Who's your good boy? The third time I slipped and fell sideways, hitting a wall that had rocks. Wait. Third time I slipped and fell sideways, hitting a wall that had rocks. That'll do it. By the way, forwards, I should be able to catch more of your streams again now. I finally got my own place with enough space and good enough internet to stream art again. Nice, man. Good for you. Good for you. That's awesome. I was just telling forwards about a website where they advertise really nice but old houses. I never really had time to watch Twitch, staying between my grands, my mom's and my girlfriend's house. I love old houses. Yeah, old houses are cool. You know, depending on how much work you gotta do, but yeah, they can be cool. But no, I totally understand. Good thing you got yourself situated and all that. The building I'm in is a Georgian building. Georgian building from the 1700s, roughly. Is that in America? Or... like 1776 is when America split from England. But it obviously existed. So this was like... it's in America, that'd be like... no, England? Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Britannia. I was about to say, that's like... was that like the first building they built here? It's a similar style to brownstone in New York. Nice. Yeah, some of those buildings in England look really, really cool. Another NNB books that break stuff down the way you like is... Okay, I read it already. Yeah, no, I definitely... I'm gonna start off by buying like the $14 books. And then like slowly build up to like the higher level. I don't want to buy like a $70 book right now, you know. I definitely don't need to be burning through cash right now. I'm just in an apartment. The whole building would be effing loads lol. Probably over 1 million euro. Or is that pounds? Yeah. Yeah, housing is rather expensive right now. Called Abbey Brooks. Pounds, yeah. That's a lot of money. What is that, like 1.3 million in US? Something along those lines. I definitely don't have that kind of money, so... Yeah, I can never like remember something like this without practicing for hours. Not sure the conversion at the moment. Pound's gone down and dollar has gone up, I think. Yeah. Yeah, they move around. Let me go to the next page. I'm trying to draw as much of it as I can from just memory. Now that I kind of broke in the Jen is back. Hey Jen. How's it going? Hope your day is going super swell. Let me come right back. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. My whole desk is taken up. So Jen, what have you been up to over there? Mises Craft says, see you soon. Alright, buddy, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it. We certainly appreciate it. Jen, how was your... I'm going well, busy day. It's going well, busy day. What is Aries up to? I just let him outside. He just went outside just now. The butt is like the hardest part right now because I'm not used to drawing the butt. The lower area. It's anatomy time. Everyone take notes. Nice. If Rainy drops by later, Lee, I tell her hello. All right, I'll let her know. Does the dog okay with the snow? Is the dog okay with the snow? Yeah. Well, he has to be. It's out there. Glutes, yeah. No, we're at oh, it's only -7. Yeah, he'll be fine out there. When it gets to 0, he just sleeps out there. It's crazy. Like, this is pretty warm, but like once it gets to like just 0, he just hangs out outside all day. As crazy as that sounds, like completely content with his life. I don't think Jen will tell us about her Starbucks date. I think she went out with Keanu Reeves. I can't read Celsius. I prefer it to be below 0 than just above. It's better for my health. I prefer it to be below 0 than just above. I can't read Celsius, I'm American. Yeah, my computer just switched over one day. I don't know why, I just decided to only to give me the info for... It only now just does that. I don't know why it decided to be weird one day. But now I do read Celsius. Like, I know about what temperature it is in Celsius just because, like, I've read it so long. I need to be bottle fed information like a baby. Convert it for me, please. I have no. I think it's like. It's. I don't. I actually don't know what temperature it is. Like in Fahrenheit. I'm sure I could convert it. But does Keanu Reeves like Starbucks? Man, what a letdown. Says Future Oil. I thought he would drink gas station coffee like a real man. I don't know what he drinks. I've never met him, but I'm sure he's that was Future Oil, by the way. So I don't have a stance on coffee. I'm not a coffee elitist. I do tend to drink the cheaper stuff, though. He loves me and supports me? Nice. There you go. Is Keanu in here with us right now, Jen? Keanu's here? Okay. Did you guys' boss ever get you guys those big boxes of Starbucks catering coffee? No. No, that's never happened. They got us like donuts sometimes at the old factory job. Like someone would bring in, like, usually the team lead would bring in like donuts for everyone. The sort of coffee that's stronger the gas. The sort of coffee that's stronger the gas. Yeah. No, I used to be. I haven't had any caffeine of any sort for a little while now. I'm trying to get off of that, and then I'll get off the chewing tobacco, and we'll be in the clear. No more stimulation. Just good old being tired and sad all day. Okay, well, I just drew all that from memory, even though the legs are still a little bit wonky, but I'm remembering the whole structure, which is good. I'm happy about that. That was all, despite the bottom being kind of turning out a little weird. Other than that, I feel like I remembered every part of the, well, except I guess these things right here. Every part of this little drawing I'm going off of right here. And that's my goal, is to just remember it today. Just like maybe I should just focus on like one thing at a time instead of drawing like a thing twice and then moving on. I feel like this would probably be more helpful in terms of actually my dog is out there establishing his territorial rights. Slippy, I was just watching Keanu in Constantine. Really good movie. I haven't seen that one. I've caught glimpses of that movie, but I never watched it. T-Bone Steve, I've been following your channel. Your stuff is really good. How often do you study Bregman? That's all I've been doing, is studying Bregman. That's the only like book on hand that I have right now. I have other anatomy books, but they're like upstairs. So this one's just, so I've been just going off of this. And yeah, no, I've been making it more of a conscious effort to study anatomy, because it's my weakest part, and I need to make it more of a thing for sure. But thank you, I appreciate the nice comments. I think my stuff will get a lot better once, you know. Chewing tobacco doesn't bother me much. No, it's disgusting. That's until you see the spittoon. No, it is disgusting. It's not. I want to quit it for me. Like it's more. I get it. Like it. I mean, if it's one of those things, like when I was smoking, I loved it, and then like when I wasn't smoking, I was like, that is foul. Man, that is foul. But yeah, it's one of those things. I do enjoy nicotine a lot, so but I need to quit that too. But it's gonna be a crush for a little bit here. It's gonna be a crush for a little bit, because like coming off of the caffeine wasn't too bad. But I don't want to rush anything. I'm in a good place, and I want to just kind of wean off that slowly. And you know, right now I'm just full on dipping whenever I feel like it. But the goal is I just want to eat healthy, and you know, I've said that a million times, but yeah, it does slow my brain down, the dipping. Like even all the chemicals, they all kind of have their negative kind of, you know, feels amazing. Like I like to veg out in game and put a dip in. It's awesome, but it's still a little bit more not good probably. Mm, 16 lurkers. Veg outlaw. Yeah, like vegetable, like a vegetable. I don't know. That's a term, right? That's not. I didn't say something crazy, right? I think that's a normal, like veg out. That's a pretty You guys say that, right? Like vegetable. I don't know. Like I don't know if that like veg out means like because it refers to like vegetables just sitting there. I don't know. It's just. At least like we say it in the Midwest. I didn't think that was inappropriate. But. I've also been studying his 5th edition drawing from life. Should I do everyday drawing or just the ones that read well? Should I do everyday drawing or just the ones that read well? I think I know what you mean. Like some of the drawings are hard to interpret. Like they're rendered out and it's hard to know. I just do the ones that I just try to do stuff I understand. And sometimes I don't understand it and I copy it still and I have some realizations. So it's hard for me to say like what you should do. I guess it depends on like what you understand. 'Cause, I don't, and stuff. But yeah, it's that's a hard one. I kind of struggle with that myself as to like what things I need to practice off of and what not, because it's if I try to stay away from stuff I just can't interpret correctly, and then I don't need to just like copy stuff for the copying sake. You should win lottery. You should win the lottery. Thank you. Yeah, I should. Then share some of that with us here. Oh, okay. Yeah. It still sounds funny. I've heard it before. It sounds quite funny. Like being a vegetable. Yeah. Yeah, I never even thought about it. It's just I don't know if that's just a Midwestern thing or something, but I say it because it's pretty common around here. But yeah, it does. When you say it, like when you actually point it out, it is pretty funny. It sounds crazy, but yeah. Let me go get another piece of paper. But yeah, if anyone wins the lottery, let's agree that if anyone wins the lottery, they have to share it with, especially Future Oil, because he brings it up a lot. If you win the lottery, I want to hear that. You know how you use the word "we" a lot sometimes? That's when I want that word used the most, is after you win a bunch of cash. I want to hear that "we" word a lot. We won. Okay. We, yes. Yep. Remember we when you win the lottery. Okay, I'm gonna work on this right here with the shoulders lifted now. That's kind of what I'm gonna try and replicate here. Be right back. Nice. I think Genjun is rich. What do they call those? Rich? They call him rich? I'm not sure what else do they call rich people. Oops, sorry. I'm not sure what do they call them. Lex is the corgi. I have a thing to ask about gesture. Is gesture one of those things where you actually need to look into what you're wanting or how your feelings direct to it? Because I'm starting to speak to myself and understand the type of stories I want to convey in my gesture. I think you understand it better than I do. Like, I just try to think like, what is the emotion I'm trying to portray here, and then I try to execute that emotion. I'm really inspired by elastic and exaggerated cartoony everything that feels like it's even 1940s or the early 80s type of cartoon philosophy. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I guess I just try to go, okay, I want him to be drawing a bow. Like, how would that look? And I try to like do that. Like, I don't have a whole like a philosophy around that. But I get what you mean. I think you're like thinking about it deeper than I'm thinking about it. You like the old artwork on Nintendo games? It's pretty elastic and exaggerated, says Slipknot fan. I've been looking at more Disney the illustration of life. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff is great. I guess I want to lean more a little bit on the more. If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, I think I want to do like more realistic, like kind of in a comic book realm, kind of muscle structure. Not exactly super realistic, but like, you know, like that kind of comic book level of realistic. That's kind of what I want to get to. I mean, people who inherit the money, generational wealth, yeah. Yeah, generally, old rich, old money, generational wealth. Yeah, it's actually, I think, like, once you get to a certain wealth level, you just generate money. It's actually not, like, compound interest, it's actually kind of hard to mess it up. Like, you just have to not spend it super frivolously. Yeah, once you get to a certain wealth level, you really don't have to work, really. And as long as you maintain like a sort of a lifestyle that isn't super crazy, it's pretty easy to hold on to that money. It's hard when you're poor because you have to like your whole day is spent making just enough money to survive, but kind of thing. But then once you get out of that, it's a lot. If you can get to a certain level, it's easy to hold on to it because your money is you don't have to. You're not connected to labor. You're just generating wealth by existing. Slipknot fan says, "I like Fantasia. I've never seen that." That's what it is. Trust fund baby. Well, I mean, I wish I was one. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't mind being a trust fund baby. Like, you know what I mean? I can't hate on it because I wouldn't mind having it. It definitely make things a lot easier, you know. I'm gonna lurk while I go out for smoke. Be right back. Alright, Mises. Have a good smoke cigarette. See, that's why I switched to dipping. I don't have to leave the comfort of my house. Like, I understand people spend their life studying how to make people look so real and not cartoony, but I'm the opposite. I don't want to purely focus on how to make cartoony person... Wait. I don't want to purely focus on how to make a cartoony person look real. Okay. I get what... Yeah, you just have different goals. No, I get it. Yeah, that's fine. I do want to draw... I think I do want to lean on, like, kind of like fantasy, more realistic kind of look. Have you heard of morganatic marriage? No. Morganatic relationship to or denoting a marriage in which either the spouse or lower rank nor any children have any claim to the possessors or title of the spouse or higher rank. Sentence example, he contracted a morganatic marriage with a German-born actress. So, like, she can't claim any of the wealth, you're saying? Like, in that case? Is that the point? Is that, like, you can't, like, you're, like, once, like, their lives end, like, the wealth stays on the one side kind of thing? Never heard of that, but yeah, I believe it. I don't know. I've never heard of that. I'm sure if you're rich, you can, like, there's lawyers you can contact to set it up to where, like, you can do that kind of stuff. Early 18th century for modern Latin, morganaticus, from medieval Latin matrimonium ad morganaticum, marriage with a mourning gift, because a mourning gift given by a husband to his wife. on the morning after the marriage was the wife's sole entitlement in marriage of his kind. Yeah, I still don't get it. I think you're trying to say like it prevents that side of the family from getting the wealth. I'm sure they did stuff like that, you know. If I understand correctly what you're saying. I like a prenuptial marriage. Yeah, some people will have stipulations they want to have and stuff like that. Just keep in mind, in America, a judge can just veto that. They can just say that doesn't count. There's just something to keep in mind. That doesn't work in every country. That's if a judge feels that day that that is like something that they want to enforce or not. The prenup in America doesn't mean a whole lot. They can just kind of go, yeah, I think that that's not valid in this case, and they can just cancel it. There's a modern version of that. It varies state by state, but something to like be wary of. There's a modern version of that. It is called prenup agreement. Yeah, it is, but it's on shaky legal grounds. Let me let the dog in. Okay, we are back. Nice. Like royalty and stuff, but this is morganatic marriage, specifically for important people. Nice. Like royalty and stuff. No, I believe it. Yeah, I'm sure that they do that kind of stuff for 100%. 100%. You get married to someone with a great status, but you can't have the titles or wealth. Darn. Yeah. Or you just get the mystery morning gift lol. Nice. I mean, it is childish at the age of 24 to want to draw very goofy, cartoony stuff. Would probably only appeal to younger people. No, I think you can make an adult cartoony thing. I don't think that's true. You can make adult. You can make like a. I don't think that's true. it would have to be probably like an edgy kind of a, like I'm imagining like a comic book or something. It'd have to be like pretty edgy, and you could still have a cartoony style, or like, you know, heavy like Mickey Mouse style with lots of gore and stuff or something. I don't know, you know. It's just I don't think it's impossible to make adult content under those conditions, but I wouldn't even worry about it. I would just make kind of whatever your heart sort of, you know, kind of like, I just kind of draw what I want. You know, I'm not super duper worried about how it'll fit into the you know, whatever. So if you want to do cartoony stuff like Disney or whatever, that's just what you want to do, and then you got to figure out how to sell it or whatever. Tintin is pretty respected. Tintin is pretty respected. Or Asterix and Obelix. This one's hard to remember. It's like the same thing, but it's like with the shoulders raised. It's kind of hard to. This one's hard. Rini would know them. You know Asterix or Obelix, correct? They're like French Vikings. Oh, that cartoon? Yeah, I've heard of that. Tintin is pretty respected. I do know what you're talking about. Is that an adult cartoon kind of a thing? I've seen that. I've seen that before. Somewhere. So even I'm aware of that, so yeah. Steven Spielberg directed the animated Tintin movie. I didn't know that. Nice. Ludo Goliath, bonjour, bonjour. Thank you, Ludo. How's it going? I'm just doing some anatomy practice again for progress. To get better. I should like learn a new French word by now, you know what I mean? I've been saying bonjour for like months and months. I need to like move on to like a new word by now. Ooh, do you guys think I should do a boxing drawing? I saw part of Tintin when I was on a flight. I've never seen it. I really need to see the whole movie. It was excellent. Yeah, I've never seen the Tintin movie. Doing good. Ate mid dinner and working on my comm. What about you? Your commission. Yeah, just practicing, just doing anatomy today, just to kind of. I need to. I feel like this is like very useful, and yeah, just kind of. I'm trying to stick more to like drawing the same thing over and over again to like actually memorize it, because I practiced this last time, but I would draw something like 5 times and move on, and I think I need to not do that as much, like, or at least focus on, just focus on, you know, in one spot and just then move on, so I can like actually remember stuff. It looks like I'm kind of like remembering. It looks like I'm getting to the point where I'm like remembering the structure without too much struggle. But yeah, I definitely need to practice. Coolio says bonjour, monsieur. What does monsieur mean? Un dessin means a drawing. Boom, new French word. Un dessin. Am I saying that right? I'll have to write that down somewhere, because I'll forget. New French means a drawing. Un dessin. Un dessin. We'll have to practice that one. Slipknot fan says, I know some French curse words though. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Un dessin. What's it mean again? I forgot what it means. It means a drawing. Okay. A drawing. But yeah, just drawing away, trying to remember stuff. It does seem like even like with like redrawing this, it really does help with understanding more clearly what's going on. It really does. It doesn't seem like it at first, but then things kind of click down the road, so. I can draw women a bit, but I'm so bad at drawing men's anatomy. Yeah, I have the like the exact opposite problem. Like I can draw men, but I can't draw like I can kind of draw like the stereotypical square-jawed sort of soldier kind of people, and then like outside of that range, I kind of start to fall apart. Slipknot fan says, I totally forgot the French word for frogs. It's granules. Granules. Maybe I should envision a frog looks like a grenade, hence granules. Yeah. Sometimes it helps to have associative vision with stuff. Like sometimes when I can't remember how to spell a word, I'll say it wrong. Like I'll pronounce the word the way it's spelled, so I can like remember how to spell it. I can draw. Oh, read that already? Yeah, sometimes it helps. Whatever trick you gotta do to remember something. Should I try and draw this guy, guys? Should I try and draw like the more rendered out version of it? I guess he's also like turned a little bit, which is gonna make it difficult. I'm gonna just kind of draw out the stance there. I'm gonna try and not look. Well, I said I wasn't gonna look at it, but then I immediately peeked at it as soon as so the shoulder's like here kind of on this. You can see his broad kind of like back thing going on. these muscles kind of, so this is the shoulder and it does this thing. This would kind of go in here, and then that muscle would kind of go here, I think. Something like that. And then we have like these things. I'm trying to remember. I'm just trying to like remember off of what I was just drawing. So we have these things. We have this muscle come back into here, and then I'm guessing this thing right here is this. Like this thing, it's just like popping out here, and then sort of these like stress kind of muscles wherever they wrap around, kind of like that. Then you have that line, and then kind of this thing. I'm just trying to apply what I was drawing, but just turned kind of. And then there's this, the stomach, and then this kind of comes in here. This like little muscle pouch thing that kind of comes off of there. And it kind of goes actually pretty far forward, almost in line with the pelvis. And then whatever, okay, this is really fuzzy, this leg thing, it's like the muscles like kind of come in like this. I don't really remember, to be honest. I gotta like separately study the leg or whatever, but then the leg is like, also has like this horse thing where it's like developed legs, they have like crazy muscle right here. And then like that, something like that. The only thing that confuses me is the shoulder. I feel like I messed up the proportion. Like, it feels like the shoulder should be a little further back here, but not 100% sure. Then we do, yep, and then we do one of these. I think, okay, maybe that's what it felt weird, is like this rest of the arm wasn't here. Well, I'm actually kind of really enjoying this, honestly. Like, yeah, it's a little bit off. Like, if I draw out, I feel like maybe this should be like more up in here. Something's off. Something's off. I mean, I can't. And you kind of got these muscles in here, something like. Kind of like that. I'm just trying to replicate it without just directly copying it, and like just remembering the muscles I remember. Johnny Pearson, hey man. Sav JP, hey Slipknot, how's it going? Little Galassa, you're very good at anatomy. Well, I am like looking at a book. Like I can do anatomy like enough. Well, the back was very fuzzy up until I started like doing that. But yeah, I definitely need a lot of hours on the anatomy. This leg thing is very fuzzy right here. Whatever is going on with these, there's like 3 main muscles connected to the pelvis right here, and I'm horribly confused about whatever's going on. Okay, so I'm gonna move on from that one. That one was like complicated. I didn't want to copy it verbatim and just sit here and just like try and like, but I wanted the same position based off what I remembered. And I don't want to focus too much on rendering, because it's like a waste of time right now. I want to just focus on the remembering stuff. We kind of went over this guy, but I feel like this probably wouldn't hurt. I just really like this one. We got the egg. The shoulders do this kind of like eagle thing. They kind of do this like eagle thing. I kind of really like how he makes it like the head isn't even turned that much, but you can tell like the motion just by like this neck muscle being like flexed fully like that. You can tell like how the energy's going. See, like that's the level I want. That's the level I'm trying to get to. Is like where you have like you just flex muscles to emphasize sort of the pressure, like where the pressure is for the. Jesus, that looks awful. Okay, that went off the rails a little bit. Just pretend it's a goblin. Oh yeah, see, this is the mistake I always make. Is like I don't know why, but I always draw the rib cage way too small, and then I have to like increase the rib cage. I don't know if it's because I just draw everything else too big or what, but I just can't draw the I'm still a little like it's the weirdest thing, but I'm still confused about the because your shoulder is weird. Like it's kind of like tied into your chest muscle right here is like all tied into your shoulder muscles. And I would always just kind of draw. This is something that really I can't get over. I would always draw it like the chest kind of like this, kind of like this. And I would never draw like he's actually curving it around the rib cage, right? Which makes sense. There's like something connected there, but I don't know. But I feel like I've always drawn it like this, and I was like, yeah, the fibers go like this, and then blah blah blah. And then, but I get my brain is being broken by this new information. Like, I have to find that picture where it kind of breaks down the way that muscle kind of connects to from the shoulder to the chest. I still can't fully grasp it. Like my peanut brain just can't. Like every time I look at it, it makes sense, but then when I look away, I'm like, it doesn't make sense. I gotta. It's gonna really bother me. There's one interpretation here. Well, I guess that's connected to the arm bone. That's not even connected to... I don't know if there's like 2 layers or something. Oh, never mind. I think this is the shoulder, right? This is like the raised shoulder, maybe? Because this is a rib cage. This is like a raised arm. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. You lift your arm up, and this muscle ends up over there, connected to your chest muscle right there. Oh, okay. So this is the better one. But this is a better one right here. It's like this, your shoulder, and I guess that's that. Oh, okay. I see now. I think I see now. Is this, so your shoulder muscle is here, and then this is here, that little bit that's connected to the rest of the yada yada. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand. So this, it's okay. So so from under here is the rest of the chest, and then the shoulder is not really, so like that's separate, right? That's separate. Kind of, yeah, it's separate, and then everything that's connected to the chest is coming from kind of like it looks like kind of like this area, and then that's where you get these muscles, right? Yeah. And so okay. This is the part I thought I kind of understood. That's the embarrassing part. So you got this. You got this big muscle right here. This, like your whole shoulder's like separate. Then you got this thing connected to the arm bone, that's your whole chest is connected to, like, kind of under your, I guess when it's down it's here, but when you lift it up it like curls, kind of like this is your bicep and this is your shoulder, kind of curls between them is what it looks like. So it's kind of like in this area coming from under the shoulder, and that's what connects to your whole chest. And yeah, so I guess, I guess I always drew it wrong because I never took into account that it would still be connected here even if your arms were raised. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here. It's like I'm discovering new things. All right, I guess I'm gonna draw this because it's like related to what I was just doing. This whole piece right here. Maybe it'll get locked in. So it looks like it definitely, I mean, based on my interpretation here, yeah, something is happening with this. This is connected to the arm bone, but I think this is like a picture of, like, if you're going like this. It's not just, I'm trying to think here. It's hard for me to imagine that it would be, I guess if your bicep is all the way up like this, then it would like curl. That would make sense. Yeah, it would make. I think it's making sense. This curl, because it doesn't look like there's anything between your bicep and your shoulder. But if your arm is all the way twisted like this, then yeah, like it would be, because it's here. it's here, but then like if you in your bicep is here, but then if you raise your arm all the way, then yeah, it'd be like kind of between those two things. I guess this is just like, yeah, anyway. I'm guessing this is the collarbone too, or something. I think. Anyway, this I guess that got cleared up a little bit. But yeah, I think this is the picture I kind of need to remember that. I thought, well, yeah, because it's so close, it's in line with this muscle. I always thought like it was just your shoulder muscles kind of just coming off the shoulder, getting connected. But it's like this thing, and it just has like this whole. But it would make sense that this is like emphasized when you right, like this is like. Anyway, Mises back from small, gonna lurk for a bit while I game. Nice, man. Thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to figure things out here for myself, and I think this is that same curvature when the arm is raised. It kind of curves. It's showing the same thing minus the shoulder, minus the bicep. Boom, boom. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. The other thing is that, well, I'm just looking at this rib cage quickly. I believe the collarbone is connected to your. It's connected with the I always forget it. Shoulder blade. Your shoulder blade. I'm pretty sure that's what that is, and they're like connected. Right around right to your shoulder. It goes up. I might actually draw this just because it's an interesting thing to draw, and I kind of want to memorize this a little bit better. This whole ordeal here. So I'm just gonna draw that for funsies. But I feel like I'm like connecting the dots between what's connected to what now. And also like it has that rib cage leaning forward thing going on. Okay. I'm just gonna do an egg. I can't tell the exact angle of this rib cage. It looks like it's kind of pointed. So you got this thing here. Oh, I think that's supposed to be connected. I'm just not sure what this is. Anyway, I think that's supposed to be the other side connected. $125 shows them connecting. Page 125 shows them connecting. Takak. Thank you, Takak. I think this is the connecting, like, not connecting. I almost said connecting rod. But then this thing right here is like, then this thing is like, I thought this was just the other side of whatever this is. But then it makes sense that that would be connected or show connection. But then I don't know. I don't know what this is exactly. But we'll just kind of ignore that for now. One day I'll see the truth. Jen Jen says back. Nice. Love drawing bones. My mom is a radiographer. So I used to look at X-rays a lot. Nice. Very cool. I'm just making it pretty now. I just had to get that out of my system really quick. Ginger, just found out my friend lost his job to AI. Really? Tell me all about it. What kind of a job was it? Was it like a job that's easy to replace by AI, or like, I need to know. Because I had a friend lose a job to AI too a while back. But he was a caller, like he worked for a dealership and he would try to get people in the dealership. And then one day they came in with this little box that called people by itself. And it sounded real good. Hey there, partner. You sound like you need a car. This is that thing that connects your chest muscle that I'm trying to portray here. Jinjin, are you gonna tell me about it? I need to know. I'm a curious Pete. I need to know. First time here, how often do you stream? Pronounce Tuck. Tuck? No, I stream daily pretty much. I sometimes will skip a day or two during the month. But most days I stream from, well, it's hard to say when. I kind of stream around 12 unless I have work, and then it gets pushed to 5. So I hope that helps. Yeah, basically daily, except sometimes not. Lara Kokia, thanks for the inspiration. What anatomy book are you using right now? I am using George B. Brigman, Constructive Anatomy. This is the book you're going to want to look for. It's like on the first page of Amazon. If you type in anatomy, then it'll show up. Yeah, Constructive Anatomy by George B. Brigman. Sorry, I was on the phone with him. So it was a new AI system. Awesome, thanks. What great exercises. Nice. I hope it helps you out. Yeah, I find a lot of value. It's like at first I don't understand, and then I draw and I draw and I draw the same thing, and then I do understand. So that's how it works for me. He worked for Xfinity. They did strategic layoffs. Darn, they got him good. So yeah, what happened? Sorry, I need to grab another piece of paper. I'll be right back. I understand that is good hand-eye coordination too. All of the coordination, yeah, all of it helps. It's like, yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, I think it's great. Like I said, I have a hard time understanding, but after doing it, I'm like, it like kind of clicks in my head, and I'm like I get like what the idea is, like what I'm supposed to take away from it. So hopefully when I do like a half-naked creature with wings from the back or the front, things are gonna be a little bit more accurate. He works for Xfinity. I understand that is good. Blah, blah, blah. This is insane. Have you guys heard about the nurses on strike in New York City? They are not getting paid. What do you mean they're not? How would you? New York is expensive. You can't get paid. What the? That really sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully they get on their feet or whatever. But yeah. I want to hear more about this guy that lost his job at Xfinity. Damn. I think I drew his body like too big. Hold on. Let me try that again. Some hospitals aren't paying them, I guess. Crazy world. I would believe AI can take over my career. Well, I hope not. I don't believe AI can take over my career. I think that's the list. A good friend of mine. He seems okay though. I told him I'd pray for him. I think the jobs I would be afraid for are more so is sort of like the like any kind of data operation. Like I don't know, just stuff that a computer couldn't do, but like with AI it can. Like I said, like the guy was cold calling people to get him in the dealership, and he got fired. Now, you know, another dealership, they still hired him. Like they weren't all switching to AI. Maybe now they are. I don't know. But I feel like I hate to do the trades trope, but I guess those are safe for a while just because of the bottleneck of like just to get a robot to be competently like working on a house and then scale them to have enough robots to where it's affordable to buy them for companies. I think that's a little bit further away, but I don't know. It's like it seems like a lot of jobs like are kind of in danger. Like, basically, if you're sitting in the front of a computer, like, you're in danger. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I might be wrong, but I think the bottleneck of building robots is the only thing that can save people for a while. I work with an AI system, but it's my assistant. Yeah. Let's hope that it remains an assistant. Yeah. They're doing this thing. Microsoft is doing this thing they're doing AI agents now, where it watches everything you do and iteratively learns. And so it's not like confused because you're giving it text prompts every once in a while to update it. It is watching and updating constantly. So and it can order without your knowledge, things you would need. Maybe it can see your inventory, right? And it's like, oh, okay, you're running low. You didn't notice that. It'll just order it for you. So the agent is actually doing some of the functions now. So, at what point do they just go, well, it's like your pilot assisting, right? When it's doing most of the work, or maybe not most of but like right now it's you doing most of the work, then it does 20% of the work, and then eventually they go, well, we don't need you. I think the only right now the only safe place to be is to have money. Like, if you're making money because you have capital, you're probably safe, because then you're gonna stratosphere to the top. If you're actually working for your money, oof, that is, you know what I mean? That's a big oof. No one is safe. Hello everyone, what's up? R-Loop, hey man, how's it going? Hello, says Coolio. Do you have a digital sketchbook? Do you have a digital sketchbooks for sale? What do you mean? Like buy my artwork or something? I'm not sure what you mean. Cause a sketchbook. Print. Like, you mean prints? Like buy a print or something like that? Yeah, I need to do that. I need to get someone on that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have anyone to get on that, but yeah, I need to do something along those lines. Wow. That turned out horribly. Once I hit it in the muscle, it's like, this looks like it's way too long. Because I think the pelvis is almost touching the torso. Yeah, the pelvis is almost touching the torso, and I had a good amount of space there. Yes, and I need to do that. To sell prints. I had a website that I did, you could order my works from it was they made it to order kind of a thing, ship to order or whatever, and no one bought anything. But I didn't really have I wasn't streaming or anything, so maybe I'll go back and do that now so people can order prints. But it seems like people are asking now, people are asking for that, so maybe I will have to do it, because it's people are asking to buy artwork and stuff, so maybe it's time to do that. Like Redbubble, something along those lines. Well, I was even thinking about just doing something I've seen other people do as far as selling their work. Is what they'll do is they'll start this is something I heard, which I thought was a really cool idea, is they start working on a piece, right, live, and then if you have a big audience, you just post it for whatever, 5 cents on eBay, you give people the link to it, and then they can decide how much they want to pay for it. And then you just, you know, if you have a small audience, you'll probably end up selling it for that. And then as it grows and people want to bid each other up, and then they can bid each other up. Okay, being an artist and keeping up with uploading portfolios and products is quite tiring. That's true, yeah. It's time to sell the friends. It's time to sell them. Oh, the friends picture? I can draw another one of those, honestly. I don't think that was like... I was just kind of goofing around sketching that day. I can do like a much more rendered out version of that. We can do another friends one. Jipochi and I will be playing Hot Potato. If you don't mind me asking, what other books do you study from? Right now, this is the only book. Just I have another anatomy book upstairs somewhere, but I don't want to go grab it. I've just been. I had. There's enough content here that I need to go over that I. But I have a couple on order that I'll be using for my. There's a couple on order that I'll be using here pretty soon. So. Sorry, my brain is like fried today. They're coming in, and I'm gonna use those. One is like figure drawing, and then another anatomy book, and between those two, I think I'll be good for a while. But yeah, I don't mind sharing that kind of stuff. I need to go get those affiliate links going, like to send people and. Just trying to like remember the muscles I was drawing before. Yes, please and thank you. You want me to do a friends one to sell you? Fun with the Pencil, Andrew Lumens is another good book. Fun with the Pencil, Andrew Lumens is another good book. Okay. It is crazy how a pencil can just create anything. Essentially, it's kind of awesome if you think about it. It's kind of. I think this might be like what Corgi was looking at, Lexus Corgi, or I forget, something like that. I see. I got it up here. I'll check it out after the stream. I'm sure it wouldn't hurt for me to go over that. Jipochi and I will be playing Hot Potato with your eBay listings. Nice. Yeah, whatever it sells for is, you know what I mean. I have an eBay account. You guys know that? I get a... I have an eBay account, so we could set something like that up. Your rendering is top tier. Who's your biggest influences? I don't really have like influences in terms of like I like what's his name, Geiger and stuff, but I don't have like influences in terms of like. This is my... Oh, I guess Gustav Dorr. Sorry, Gustav Dorr. I like him a lot. I like his work a lot. But yeah. I want to be known for more than just my rendering, because everyone says that I need to I need to transcend beyond the good at rendering thing and be like, this is just the best shit ever, like thing. You know what I mean? Just hit that vibe. Because I agree, the rendering is very meticulous, but I feel like anyone can be meticulous, right? True greatness requires something else. Which I'm not sure what that is. I'm working towards that, answering that question, but. But I'm gonna try and get there. Looks like he's falling over a little bit. Looks like this pelvis is almost like sticking out here, kind of like it's sticking out almost. So this is like kind of goes. So I'm gonna go back here a little bit. Oh, so this would be like, yeah. Kind of comes from the top. This thing, and then they curl. I guess you mean your liner. I need to check out all your stuff. Do you do any coloring? And how long have you been drawing? I've just been drawing on and off my entire life, but this last year I've been hitting it up more consistently and stuff. But I don't do color and stuff like that. I just do kind of what you see, just you know, the toned paper with the white. And that's kind of what I like to do. Yeah, I don't really do. I do put in colors sometimes. You know, if the customer was like, I really gotta have some color, then I would try to implement that. But I'm not a super expert with color. But yeah, as far as drawing, I've just been just on and offing it kind of thing. Future Oil says, yeah, home skillets, got busy at work. Nice. Yeah, yucky. yucky, yucky. I see. I feel like, yeah. So this kind of curves into here, and then that goes into that there. Then you got these things. I think that that's what those are, and then it's like little these things. I'm trying to like connect the dots a little bit more and just see how. And I'm trying to like use this as a template to like remember what I was drawing in the other picture too, to kind of like connect the dot, you know, connect the dot. I know I just said that like 5 times, but I'll start doing some painting in about 2 hours, maybe 3. There you go. There you go. I guess this is like one of those things where they kind of show you to like draw with a line, like to draw more emotionally or something. I guess that's what he's doing here, is like kind of using like a line to kind of have that energy in the body kind of thing. But every time I've done that without, I've never been able to like pull it off like in a, like good body movement sense. My creatures are always like kind of more leaning towards static looking, I think, and I would like to have more dynamic kind of looking stuff. This is falling apart quickly here. Jesus. Oh, that's bad. I feel like I just forgot how to draw. Like, I got to this place and I'm like, oh man. Might have to go do a food break really quick and eat something. Just gonna replenish my brain here. I'm like, maybe I'm just getting really hungry. It would be cool to see you render with a color pencil instead of graphite. I guess always thinking you're not good enough is why you're so cool. Yeah, I think with the color stuff too, Not exactly sure how to do it, but I have some idea of cause like I think someone I was talking to someone and it's like you have color if you like look at someone's face, kind of does this thing where well, this is actually a pretty good circle, pretty good circle. Not to toot my own horn. I almost bought a little horn on Amazon just to like be able to toot it. But it kind of does this thing where you have like your shadows, which have some of the color, right? But like color, like only really if you look at a photo that's like kind of blown out by contrast, color only like shows up like here, and then like where the super white is, you like don't see it again, and color will be like, but it looks, it like tricks you into looking like that thing. Just by having that little bit of color. Well, like it is interesting. Like color is like oftentimes you don't color. Like I couldn't understand this concept, but like so maybe I'll try to implement color like the way it was explained to me, where you know no color, and then you have like the muddy version of the color here. Obviously, I think there will be some in the shadow, but and then. So I don't know, just something to think about. Not enough of a colored person to say too much on it, but the brain gets tricked into thinking the whole thing is color, even though it's not. Did you skip lunch again? I always do, yeah. Anatomy is such a nightmare. I only eat twice a day. I usually only eat twice a day. Anatomy, Auroran Studios. Anatomy is such a nightmare. Such free-handed a Patreridon dragon because... Wait. Just free-handed a Patreridon dragon because I couldn't really find a reference, so I feel your pain. Yeah, Anatomy, yeah. Well, you should have bought it. That's an amazing idea. Well, yeah, it was only $6, but yeah, maybe I'll have to, because sometimes I need to toot my own horn, and it's like, I don't have a little horn. Sometimes, like, I feel like I've earned it, you know? ATD says, hey ATD, how's it going? Gonna head off now, my dude. Have a good one. Thank you, Mises Crafts. Appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope you can start streaming again. I'm trying to do that kind of like bendy, like pelvis opposite of. It's crazy to think like how extreme the angles are, because I think that's part of why my figures are static. Is like if you look at this line between the shoulders, it's here, and then the pelvis is like that. It's like you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of like, there's a lot there. I guess like what I'll do is I'll just fill up these like little corners so I don't like waste paper, like little monster faces. Like I want to put an emphasis on the yeah, that one's kind of lame. That one turned out a little lame. Okay. A little bit less lame. A little bit less lame. Okay. Little T-Rexy kind of thing looking thing. Alright. Having to drive out? Nice. I think I'm gonna take a short break and go have a snack or something. Here pretty soon. I'm at 5 hours. And be having a snack sounds kind of good right now. I don't know what I just did there.
If anyone's seen a medical crew in Speranza, tell them Sector C5 is
Just trying to see if I can work something off of this.
Sector 4 is low on power again. Try not to use more than you absolutely need.
If I just do an extreme twist like that, what this gonna end up looking like? So I was just trying to see if I could twist the pelvis and the kind of make it look like he's sort of like running, but twisting. Weren't you going on break? Yeah, I was gonna go on break. I forgot. Yay, snack. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some food in me really quick, and I'll be right back. But yeah, I need to get some kind of food in me here pretty soon. I just kind of want to spin the boxes around and see, like, once I connect the muscles, kind of what it'll look like, if that makes sense. Let me go just get some water in me and get some food in me. It'll be like, hard to say, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. The dog will probably want something. But yeah, let me go do that, and I'll be back. Your boy's back. Pat says he died. Sad, very sad. Did I walk away with pencil? Oh no, there it is. Okay. Let's do the skull.
blackout in Sector C has been resolved.
Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
If your heater's out, you're not alone. Layer up, people.
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself.
Whoever raided the med supplies last night, I was coming for you sooner or later. Medical clinic is running many trying not
I'm just trying to experiment with drawing boxes and just filling it in with the muscle as far as I can remember. It's gonna get different.
No one knows when the parts will get here.
Okay. I'm pretty happy, like, with some of the results. Like, some dots are getting connected in my head, which is good.
The food distribution might actually happen today. Keep an ear out for an update.
Thank you, Coolio. Coolio gifted tier 1 sub to Outrun Studios. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Gonna work on the legs a little bit. Gonna do some leg stuff here. I do. Legs are very fuzzy for me. Here on this leg, you know how you have like the kneecap and then there's like two muscles, and usually I remember there being like a third muscle or something up there. But this doesn't have that. Maybe I'm just I guess this is more like what I was looking for. But I kind of I'm gonna draw it regardless. Yeah, well, regardless, I gotta do my legs. How to draw hands. Do your legs. I gotta draw some legs. My legs are my leg knowledge is surprisingly not that good. I can pull up a leg that looks like a leg, but I'm not that confident with it. And I'm already a little bit scared because I don't remember legs looking like this. Jen, did anyone else get fired by the AI?
Sector 4 is low on power again. Try not to use more than you absolutely need.
Yeah, but people I don't know personally. Gotcha. El Mundo, hey man. 10 stream streak. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. How's your day going over there? I have connections though, so I'm already lining up my buddy. Oh, with another job? Nice. Yeah, that is a little scary that people... Like, what did he do? Because I don't know him, right? Like, what was his function at the company that he got fired by the AI? I'm just trying to gather data on like what is like the thing that's like that you can get fired. Like what kind of jobs are like going away. He didn't do anything, just strategic cuts, lol. Oh. Oh, I thought like they brought in a thing that actually replaced his job, you know. Back end stuff? Gotcha. Computer work? Yeah. That's kind of what I figured. Sorry for the yelling. I feel like inventory kind of like tracking and all that stuff, the AI will do pretty good at. Oh yes, the AI took over his job. I thought you meant what did he do wrong? No, I know he didn't do anything wrong. I was one. No, I meant like what does he do there? Just finished up work. It was a rough day, cold weather. Yeah. It's warmed up a little bit. It's only -8, which is pretty great. -8 is actually kind of pretty warm. Man, my legs are terrible. Not my legs, but my drawings of legs.
Security sweeps are happening, but don't expect too much. They're stretched thin.
Be right back. Have to call him. Yeah, find out what's going on. At least he'll have unemployment and stuff for a while. Man, I don't know why these are so difficult to draw.
Reminder, any unauthorized tampering with power lines is prohibited. Looking at you, Sector F.
The wind is what made it rough. How's your day? It was alright. Just quietly drawing stuff, like practicing anatomy. Try to improve that. I feel like these sessions have been really, really helping, so that's why I'm kind of like integrating that. Other than that, not much. Played Diablo 4 this morning. And did some stuff, cleaned the house. And then I just jumped on the stream after checking everything.
Please not burrow in the marked part sign outside Tampa's door.
Yeah, I can't complain too much. Do you ever do cylinders first, then put anatomy on top? kind of like boxes for torso and pelvis. Yeah, I don't. Maybe that would be a good idea. Yeah, this I'm drawing this, and I find it hard to like. What would you call it? I find it hard to like think of a way to draw some simple shapes for it. I know that sounds crazy because I don't know. I've never even like thought about legs too much. I was always able to like pull off something that looks like a leg, but now that I'm drawing this, I'm just like I'm not even sure how to establish, other than doing this, like or something like that. But I did like when I was drawing those dudes on the other page, I like the rib cage into the doing the rectangle for the pelvis and chest, and then working off of that.
If anyone's seen a medical crew in Speranza, tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
Remember, power is out at 2200 hours.
Back, oh my god, what a day. Like work related, or just the fact that your buddy got fired? Man, I feel like I don't know how to draw. I might have to sit down. Work too, yeah. Are you using anything from? Yeah, I'm working off this book today. I'm working off this book. I'm studying this book right now too. This his hands are so hard compared to Disney style hands. Yeah, his hands are very I learned this like kind of a fast way to kind of like as far as drawing hands, right? You got your I used to draw a rectangle, right? Like let's say this is top down, then I would do thumb, like I would do the meaty part for the thumb, and you got your wrist or whatever. And then I would kind of do something like that, right? Kind of build it like that, Then I realized one day that the hand has this other thing, like the most basic shape to break it down into is this, but then there's a slight little triangle out here. And what I started doing is like, this is how I would build the most simple hand, is like this, kind of. And then you can kind of separate those fingers at your own will, but that's kind of how I would start to think of it. And it got really a lot better after that little triangle appeared. Disney Prince Charming leg. Looks like a Disney leg. And then all you're doing from then is sort of a shifting perspective on this rectangle depending on where you need the, you know, which way you need the hand to go. You know, just kind of that's like how I build my hands now. Does that make sense? Same shape, you're just twisting that panel around this way now instead of top down. And once you don't do the rectangle, you know, you do your rectangle, you do this like little triangle for the thumb, and then remember there's this like little thing over here, and then just kind of your you know, just kind of clump these fingers together, blah blah blah, and then you can separate them later, but kind of like build it like that, and then you just twist it around however you need and things of that nature. And that's how I basically do it. That's how I like baseline draw my hands and stuff like that. Guys, let me take a quick little break. I'll be right back.
If you've been hoarding supplies, now's the time to share. Or don't. Whatever.
Sorry about that. Makes sense. Thank you for that pointer. Yeah, it's yeah, the hand building stuff is like, it helps out a lot with once I had this realization about, and I forget like where I got this from. I might have been trying to do hands, but then I was watching a video or something, and like something just clicked, and then from there it just became so much easier. I still kind of struggle around the. I kind of feel like sometimes I want to make my fingers a little bit more dynamic, let's say. And like I'll have a hard time with that, but like for the most part, my hands improved a lot after that. But yeah, and don't put a finger at the middle right here. It's just a way. This is just your one finger, and then the rest of the 3 fingers are on this side, and it'll look great. My tablet died. Damn, sorry to hear that. Fish Royal was in here the other day. It's kind of neat that the water bottle in your painting is basically a memory. Hopefully a good one. Well, it is what it is. Was the bottle I had at the hospital when my dad died. Gotcha. I don't, what with your middle finger? Anyway, I don't know why, but I find this drawing to be particularly hard because it's like, I guess there is a straight line through, right? There's a straight line through, which is comforting. But it's like,
Definitely consecutive. Maintenance says they'll get to it eventually.
because the way I would draw hands before is like I would try to like, I mean, I did draw from this rectangle, but a lot of times I would just like, yeah, I just thought of it incorrectly, and my hands have gotten a lot better. But I still got ways to go. Because sometimes you see like a truly great artist do really good hands, and it's like on such a different level that it's hard to even comprehend. But I think a lot of times like hands like really express a lot of sort of energy and like character in the picture. I think hands are super important for expressing sort of like. This is my butt after sitting in the chair for 16 hours. Hands are difficult? Yeah, they can be. Yeah. What'd you have for your late lunch? Some beef. I'm thinking maybe I should draw the bone, or like this bone structure, or if I should draw the leg. I'm very confused about the leg. I'm not gonna lie. I have a very rudimentary understanding of it. I always thought there was like two muscle here and muscle here, right? Like this makes sense. There's like this muscle next to the kneecap. And then I thought this was like further up. I thought this was like further up. And then these two were lower down. Haynes, hey man. Let's do a quick shout out. Let's do a shout out. Hello. Let's do shout out. Haynes, right there. Boom. Shout out. Giving. Hey, how's it going? Just kind of having a chill stream. We're doing some anatomy from George B. Brigman. Kind of going over this book and just trying to comprehend things, trying to use my brain to understand some stuff here. So, just kind of, it's been a practice day. Yeah, it's been a good. It's been I found it very beneficial to go down this road to like stream and practice. Found it to be very helpful. So I feel like I'm actually like moving forward in terms of like getting better. So that's why. Even though some of the stuff I don't understand right away, but I feel like it has been definitely helping overall my anatomy. Were you working on that Dead Island picture? It's weird to think that the leg is like bent towards the center. When you're standing straight, it's not doesn't go straight, like it kind of like bends in and then goes straight down. And then the other leg kind of does the same thing, I guess. But it's like the muscles that make it look like it's not doing that. Fish Royal says, "What's up?" Nice. But yeah, the leg muscles are very, very fuzzy for me. I have a real accurate anatomy book to look at when I look at Brigman because he's so stylized and groups his muscles into one. Yeah, I think that's one of the difficulties. You almost with Brigman, you almost have to be like kind of close to a black belt level to interpret. I know exactly what you mean. I kind of struggle with that too, but I think even with the confusion, as I redraw things, I slowly come to understand. We added the Red Sea. Nice. Sent you a pic on Insta as message. Let me check it out. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I'll be excited to see this one completed. Maybe I should do my own Dead Island. Maybe I should do my own iteration of that picture. Of that original painting. Very good. Yeah, I like this kind of stuff a lot. Looks awesome. I'd like to see your version. I'm thinking, I'd have to give it a think. I'd have to maybe like sketch it, feel it out, and like leave it alone and come back to it iteratively and see if something pops into for that. But yeah, that would be really interesting to do that one because I do like that painting. It's cool. Me too. Yeah, I wonder if I don't know if I would do. Like I kind of don't want, since you're doing the sort of the Geiger style, I don't know if I want to do the same thing. Coolio, thank you Coolio, appreciate that, man. I'd have to have a different take on it, maybe, you know, so I don't like copycat, but yeah, that having just a different take on that painting in some way would be interesting, but I'd have to give it a think before I came up with something. Donkey Fustas Geshin Cabo. I recognize the donkey. I recognize that part of it. Yes, thank you for the gifted sub. Nice. Thank you, Donkey. So fur is fur. Das. And then Gishinkabo. That must be like one of those words that like combines a bunch of words into one word. Gift is Geschenk. Geschenk. No problem. Enjoy the emotes. Nice. means how do you tell a girl she's pretty in German? Du bist sehr schön is like you are very beautiful. I'll be taking notes. I'll be taking notes. Nice. Oder du siehst sehr gut aus is like you look very good. Pretty sure I said all that wrong, but I tried. I think like there's like muscles connecting up here to the pelvis. I wish he had a... Oh, he does kind of point out where the muscles are. Hey, you pronounced it good. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm just sort of trying to understand. I'm just like working through this book and trying to understand how and what it goes where, and you know, it does help though. It does help. You know, this has been. My brain definitely gets tired. Like when I sit and draw my normal stuff and I'm within that comfort zone. Thank you for the follow. It's definitely like takes a lot more. When I have to use my brain, it's like way harder. So I just get way more tired. I think you don't have the OAU. It's Sean because Sean is like the word already. It's Sean because Sean. I don't think you have the OAU. Yeah, I'd have to. I would have to. I'm sure I could do it. I would have to sit down with a native German speaker to like get it right. I have heard it enough of it where there's some words I would be hopeless. They're just too long to try and say. But like the shorter words I can say. Mr. Wolfgang is studying German. I bet he knew how to say this too. Yeah. Yeah, he knows some. Wolfgang, he knows some. You're doing great. This looks amazing. Somebody says, "Yo, what you doing?" I'm just trying to figure things out. That's a good question. I'm also trying to figure that out. What am I doing? Trying to learn anatomy today. And I think I'm just kind of struggling because like legs isn't something I focused on, and it shows. Alright, I'm just gonna draw it. See, I think what threw me off is like, okay, this is what I was talking about. It kind of looks like in a lot of books. You kind of have the kneecap and you have these two muscles, and then the third muscle over there, kind of next to each other, sort of. But this shows it kind of different, and it's like throwing me off. Oh, this is okay. So this is what I mean. Is like this shows it kind of more like how I remember. Is like muscle, third muscle up here, kind of same thing here. But yeah, this one's like further back, and it's like It's just tripping me up. Okay, I really like this. I really like this breakdown. I can actually like understand this one. I think I'm gonna draw this one. This like I need to build off of something and I understand. That looks just like my leg. Nice. Same. All this sitting in this chair is making my legs look just like this. Ladies love my muscular manly legs. Nice. Lost his mind. Oh, future oil? I think he's just kidding. I don't know. Why is the room so dark? My room? Well, it's 6 p.m. during winter, so it gets dark quickly. I mainly only have the light for this and the monitors, so it doesn't really bother me as long as I got the light where I need it. I kind of enjoy drawing it like I enjoy drawing in a dark room. It creates like the ambience for like the creativity. I feel like my brain fires better. My brain fires better when it's like I'm in darkness. You know what I mean? When it's like a well-lit room, it's like boring. I always came back into the chat at that most awkward moment. Nice. I can tell by your art, yeah. Yeah, I definitely. Lately, I feel like I've been going into more horror kind of stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. I jump around between things, you know. I feel like thematically, I jump around a lot. And I like to do that to kind of keep it fresh. Whatever kind of silly idea enters into my head. Okay, this is I think this is a really good breakdown. I actually like understand. I always have a hard time with remembering exactly what's going on with all the muscles, right? But Okay, friendly people, I will have to go to bed. It's late over here. Okay, thank you so much. Gute Nacht. Have a nice stream. Thank you, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Why is the leg so muscly? Because, well, it's the way it's depicted here, right? It's depicted here in the way... Because if it's like buried under skin, like if it's a, let's say, not a very developed leg, right? Like you can't tell. The idea here is to like understand. Like later on, I'm gonna, for some characters, not draw muscly legs, but you have to be able to like understand first, and then you can like tone down or up the muscle depending on what you need. But it's like this so that it's like basically this is a bodybuilder level, right, or something like that. But yeah, you need to be able to see the muscle as well, right? It's just more of like a. Sometimes though, it is funny, like when you look at these kind of pictures, right? You'll be looking at these, and then it's like, yeah, it looks like a kneecap. And then whatever, like you look at your own kneecap, and it's like it doesn't look anything like this. It's just like this like flimsy thing. He does it like it's skinless. He does it like a skinless Brigman. Yeah. I think here you could say it's like it has skin on it, but yeah, like this is very close to. Yeah, well, yeah, you can see the bones, but yeah, it's kind of like in that between stage where you're just trying to add the skin on. But yeah, like I don't need to see this. I need to see what's under there. I'm not interested in drawing thing. Like I need to, like I said, I said it like 1,000 times. It's just more like about, understanding. Is anyone else excited about Fable coming back? I guess they're making another Fable game. For real, for real? Oh, like when you look at your own body and it looks nothing like what you saw in Anatomy, it's like, why am I so weak? Gary Zimmerman, hey man, how's it going? Super duper looper trooper. Thank you, thank you. my 6 hours. Guys, I might have to go just because when I actually do these, like, my brain is fried. Because there's like, I've done, well, we'll do a recap. Oh wait, I threw them all out. We'll do kind of what. I am very happy with like this stuff. All of the, I know I went back to do the back and stuff like that, and I started experimenting with like the blocks and like sort of doing kind of like building, you know, from the rectangles and twisting them around in extreme positions to try and get different things, just kind of playing around. I think this one turned out really interesting. I'm not super convinced. Like, he kind of looks like he's like, you know, twisting and running, like he just threw like a spear or something. He has that like kind of body motion, like when you just threw a spear and your body's like really twisted or something. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, I think. But yeah, it's just actually practicing like that is like 6 hours, and my brain is very toast right now. I can render for like 8 to 12 hours, but it's like, this is like, it's like my brain is just done. I can feel myself just being super tired and sleepy. But yeah, I'm gonna raid you guys out. I'm ready to be done for the day. But I think this is good, right? Like, this state of the, like, exhausting the brain thoroughly is how you improve, right? Like, you gotta do the thing that's like, that your brain doesn't want to do, and push it in that direction as hard as you can, right? So this is a sign for the good. Peace out, Cub Scout. Thank you, Gary Zimmerman. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, it's just that, yeah, actually practicing and thinking about stuff and trying to memorize it is, my brain is thoroughly fried. But I think that's good. That's a testament that, fair enough. Goodbye. Aru, a Russian Frog. Thank you, a Russian Frog. It's been fun watching your stream while doing the same thing. It gets lonely by yourself. Yeah, that's why I started streaming initially, is to kind of fix the single player issue of drawing. And I've been streaming for a year now. There's a community and I talk to people. But yeah, so it's like it's way more fun to stream draw. But I'm basically doing what I'd be doing anyways. But yeah, I solved that issue. But yeah, I'm glad you guys are watching and all that stuff. Hope you guys subscribe. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna go back to the Eldritch creature. I think I'm gonna do 2 days of drawing my normal creatures, and then the third day practice, like actually focus on something and push that thing forward, right? Like as far as skill, and then go back to 2 days of working on my piece. And I'm very excited because ever since I've been integrating actual focused, asserted effort to get better, I feel like it's really like reflected on my work. So yeah. Anyway, you guys, I love all of you. I super appreciate the raid and all the support. Thank you, Coolio, again for the donation, for the subscribe. And yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go like turn my brain off and play Diablo 4 or something like that. All right, let me raid you guys out. No one is allowed to leave. Hold on, we gotta do a big raid. 25 people is a big raid. No one leave. Let's see. Who do we have? Casey Snowart. I haven't done Casey Snowart for a while. Let's do Casey Snowart. She's a great person. So say good, not goodbye. Hello. Sorry. Hello.